Tes, tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellencies, 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 participants, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
briefly give you overview on big data and also how big data can. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning for all the participants of International Conference on Mathematics, Geometry, Statistics, and Computation in Jember. So it's a great pleasure for me to be invited to the conference, and I'm really sorry that I cannot join the conference in person and also direct due to I have other activities. So for today's presentations, um, I will focus on the big data implementation for public policy, especially on mapping creative industry centers through a point of interest approach. For this presentation, I will briefly give you overview on big data and also how big data can be used for public policy. Also several big data cases used in BPS like Indonesia, also in STIS. And after that, we focus on the one of our case that using the point of interest for mapping Yogyakarta. This is just brief CV of me. So I'm Professor of Politics Science at STIS, and then I did all my PhD, also postdoc in Sweden and in Belgium. Also member of some UN task team related to big data and also official statistics. So as you know that data is very needed for government. So especially for evidence-based policy, where all the data needed from starting from development planning and also implementation, evaluation, also control. All the data is needed for development of the policy and how we can make sure that the development effectiveness through data available in the government. We use data basically to provide evidence-based policy, but we have to make sure that the data, the statistics produced by
Mathematics study program was established in 1997, which is commitment of Jember University to develop basic and formal science. Formally, Mathematics Department was established with approval from Director General of Higher Education, Ministry of National Education of the Republic of Indonesia, through Decree number 99, Decree 2001. Concerning Mathematics Department at the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, University of Jember. Mathematics Department has two study programs, namely the Bachelor of Mathematics Study Program, accredited B, and the Master of Mathematics Study Program, accredited B.
Prodi Sarjana Matematika mempunyai visi yang sejalan dengan visi universitas dan fakultas, yaitu menjadi program studi yang berkualitas serta berperan aktif dalam pengembangan dan penerapan matematika, terutama dalam mendukung pertanian industrial. Untuk mencapai visi tersebut, maka kami menetapkan 4 visi program studi matematika, yaitu melaksanakan proses pembelajaran yang berkualitas dan akuntabel, melaksanakan penelitian di bidang matematika, terutama yang terkait pada pertanian industrial, berpartisipasi dalam menyelesaikan problematika di masyarakat yang terkait dengan matematika dan penerapannya melalui kegiatan pengabdian. Kemudian meningkatkan kerjasama dengan stakeholders dalam penguasaan matematika dan terapannya.
Prodi Magister Matematika IPA
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony is going to start in 5 minutes. Please be prepared.
Excellencies, distinguished speakers, presenters, participants, ladies and gentlemen.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning. We are delighted to welcome you to virtual conference of
International Conference on Mathematics, Geometry, Statistics, and Computation, ICMAGESTIC 2025.
the Mathematics Foundation of Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Advancement and Challenges.
It is an honor for us to welcome you, our keynote speakers. Professor Dr. Vishal Goyal from GLA University Mathura, India.
Professor Setia Pramana, SSI MSc PhD from Polytechnic Statistika STIS, Indonesia.
Professor Dr. Kamar Sharma from GLA University Mathura, India.
Professor Marko Vaukkonen, PhD from University of Arsen, Finland, Kuopio, Finland.
Excellencies, Vice Rector Universitas Jember, Profesor Slamin, PhD.
Excellencies, Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Jember, Professor David MSc PhD.
And also, we welcome all the presenters and participants of the second ICMAGESTIC 2025.
The praise of our gratitude to the Almighty God for His wisdom and grace, so that the second ICMAGESTIC can be held today, September 11, 2025.
This conference is an excellent forum for researchers, lecturers, educators, and students to exchange ideas, to communicate and discuss research findings and new advances in mathematics.
This conference is also aimed to enhance our network for further collaboration between researchers from the countries in the region and those from outside the country. I am Faryadila Basha and my colleague,
Himatul Adima,
the MC of this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, we are very happy to receive you all here at the opening ceremony of the second ICMAGESTIC 2025. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, please let me read our main agenda of this conference. The first agenda is opening ceremony. The second is welcoming and opening speech. Then we are going to the main section consists of presentation by our keynote speakers and parallel session.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, as our welcome greeting, with hospitality and respect, we would like to present you a profile video of Universitas Jember. This is our university.
Thank you. For a brief moment of our opening ceremony, we would like to invite you to sing Indonesia Raya Anthem and Hymne Universitas Jember. May all we stand up for the people in this room. May all sit straight up. Thank you. Please enjoy your seat.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to the welcoming speech delivered by the chairman of the second ICMAGESTIC. Please welcome Mr. M. Ziaul Arif, PhD. The time is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished Vice Rector, Dean of the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, our keynote speakers, our invited speakers, respected professors, colleagues, and dear participants. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the second International Conference, Mathematics, Geometry, Statistics, and Computation, or we call ICMAGESTIC 2025. First of all, please allow me to share a brief report of this year's conference. Currently, we are delighted to have around 77 presenters representing 30 different affiliations. Among them, we have Universitas Pajajaran, Universitas 11 Maret, Universitas Riau, Universitas Syah Kuala, Universitas Al-Falah Asunia Jember, Universitas Anukoya, and many more that I apologize, I cannot mention one by one here. Of course, your participation demonstrates the strong enthusiasm and commitment of our academic community to advancing mathematics and its application. The theme of this year's conference is the mathematical foundation of artificial intelligence and machine learning, advancement and challenges. We all know that this theme reflects the growing importance of mathematics as the backbone of modern artificial intelligence and machine learning, while also reminding us of the challenges that remain, whether in theory, computation, or application. Therefore, we still have space to conduct research and improve science and technology. Furthermore, I would like also to take this opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to our distinguished keynote speaker, invited speakers for sharing their expertise, and to all participants, whether presenting or attending, for contributing to the success of this conference. Many special thanks to the organizing team and technical staff whose dedication and hard work day and night have made this event possible. Now, let us use this opportunity not only to exchange our knowledge, but also to strengthen our academic networks and collaboration. I encourage everyone to actively participate in this discussion, ask questions, and fully enjoy today's session. Thank you very much, and once again, welcome to the second ICMAGESTIC 2025. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. M. Ziaul Arif, for the welcoming speech.
Now, we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Dean of Faculty Mathematics and Natural Science. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor David, PhD. The time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, salam kebajikan, Rahayu. Honorable Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, honorable distinguished guests and speakers. Today, who already joined offline in this meeting, and all the participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the organizing committee and the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, I'm honored to warmly welcome to all of you to the second ICMAGESTIC 2025, namely the second International Conference on Mathematics, Geometry, Statistics, and Computation. This conference is proudly organized by the Departments of Mathematics, FMIPA, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, the University of Jember, Indonesia. As yesterday, we have also ICCGAN organized by PUIPT Segan University of Jember. It is also in conjunction with the SIGAN ICCGAN conference. So in this meeting, we appreciate and also what to the presenters and the speakers, also guests already come and join offline. And I welcome Professor Ramsamy Sundar to this meeting. So please say hello to a participant. And also Professor Subramanian Siva Shankar. And also Professor Mangalapali Famsi Krishna. And Professor Kalapataupu Fakes Venkatesh Sharma. And the one is Professor Goyal Vishal, who is one of the invited speakers today, together with Professor Kamal Sharma, but unfortunately, he just landed in Surabaya. Probably he can deliver his talk in online mode. And also my postgraduate student, Udya Sri Karkala, who will stay in Indonesia in Jember during 1 month because under international postdoctoral research collaboration. So again, we sincerely thank to all the keynote speakers, presenter, and participant for their presence and contribution. Let us begin this conference with enthusiasm and share commitment to advancing mathematics in its application. Again, with many thanks, and I look forward to inspiring this discussion together in terms of mathematics and application. And I hope you enjoy the conference, and I hope also this conference benefiting to us. That's all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor David, for the opening speech.
Next, we are going to listen to the opening speech delivered by the Vice Rector Universitas Jember to officially open the second ICMAGESTIC 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Slamin, PhD. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, very good morning. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, Universitas Jember, Professor David, and then distinguished keynote speaker. I think the one who is here is Professor Vishal Gayal. Thank you for coming. And we have on the way, Professor Kamal Sharma, and the other invited speaker, I think is joined online, Professor Marco Pakonen. I think he's from Finland, and then Professor Kamal, Professor Setia Pramana, he's from Indonesia, and of course, esteemed guests, and my colleagues from Mathematics Department, Fakultas MIPA. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya semua. Ini kompak batiknya ya. Saya sebenarnya punya batik juga, tapi nggak tahu kalau mau seragam. Sorry, I mix with bahasa Indonesia ya. And dedicated researcher, passionate student, and all participant. It is both profound honors and a great privilege for me on behalf of the entire academic community at the Universitas Jember to extend our warm greeting and to officially open the second international conference on mathematics, geometry, statistic, and computation. I think today is my fourth day in a row, coming to this building, since Monday. I coming here every day just to open the conference. To our guests who have traveled, especially from India, again, we extend a special welcome to the city of Jember and to our campus. We hope that during your stay, you will find not only the productive academic environment, but also the unique warmth and culture of Jember, and East Java in general. We gather here today under the banner of disciplines that form the very bedrock of human progress and intellectual pursuit. Mathematics with elegant abstraction, geometry which give shape of our universe, statistics which allow us to make sense of complexity, and the last one, computation, the powerful engine that drive modern discovery. They are not just isolated fields, They are a powerful, interconnected symphony of tools that help us decipher the world's most pressing challenge, from climate modeling and artificial intelligence to public health and economic stability. This conference provides a crucial platform where the synergy can flourish. It is a place where theoretical frameworks meet practical application, where established scholars can inspire the next generation, and where new collaboration are born. The exchange of ideas that will take place over this day has a potential to spark innovation that reaches for beyond the wall of this auditorium. Of course, the Universitas Jember is deeply committed to fostering such international and interdisciplinary dialogue, conference, and other academic activity. Our presence here today is a testament to our belief that knowledge knows no borders. We are proud to support the advancement of STEM field and to provide a venue for bright minds to connect, challenge, and inspire one another. None of this would be possible without the dedication and hard work of organizing committee. Thank you, Pak Siawu, and the others, scientific committee, our partners, and all the volunteers, including the master ceremony. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to your tireless effort in bringing this esteemed gathering to life. Many thanks also to our visionary keynote speaker, for their invaluable support. Therefore, let us make the most of this opportunity. Let us engage in vibrant discussion, ask challenging questions, share our findings with passion, and build bridges of cooperation, collaboration that will last long after this conference concludes. With that, and with great hope for fruitful and inspiring event. Okay, by reciting Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I now declare the second international conference on mathematics, geometry, statistics, and competition, or ICMAGESTIC 2025, officially open. Thank you. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Slamin, PhD, for the opening speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the following agenda is word of prayer to have blessing from God, the Almighty, for the success of this event. For this, we would like to invite to the stage Mr. Isanul Halikin, MSE. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellency, Vice Rector, Dean, distinguished guests, esteemed speaker, and respected participant. Let us take a moment to raise our hand and offer our prayer to Almighty God, each according to our own faith and belief, that this conference may be blessed and proceed smoothly. Allow me to offer this prayer in Islamic tradition to our respected participant of different faith. We kindly invite you to adjust according with your own belief. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdash syakirin, hamdan na'imin. حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل سيدنا ومولانا محمد. Ya Allah, the Almighty God, our most worthy word are those gratitude for the blessing and guidance you have bestowed, enabling us to convene this conference today in good health and peace. Ya Allah, Ya Rahman, bless this conference of ours, Ya Allah. Make this gathering a beneficial assembly filled with your grace, mercy, guidance, and divine blessing for all of us. Ya Allah, Ya Ghaffar, you are the all-knowing, fully aware of our weaknesses and our shortcomings. Therefore, Ya Allah, unto you alone we devote our worship, and unto you alone we seek forgiveness and help. ربنا اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربونا صغارا. Ya Allah, bestow your forgiveness upon us, upon our parents and teachers, and upon all the faithful who have come before us, and place us firmly among those beloved to you. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. Ya Allah, Ya Rabb, graciously accept our supplication. Truly you are the all-hearing and the all-knowing. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Mr. Isanul Halikin. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we kindly invite all participants to take official photo session, and for speakers and participants in the Zoom to turn on your cameras. Dear participants, please come forward to stage for our photo session. please come forward to the stage for our photo session. Okay. 3, camera ready? 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Please enjoy your seat. Okay, the next session is of token of appreciation. So please, all guests to the stage. And camera ready on 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to us to entering the plenary session, the main agenda of our conference today. That is the presentations by our keynote speakers. The first keynote speakers is Professor Dr. Visal Goyal from GLA University Mathura, India, and will be moderated by Dr. Rido Alfarisi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Rido Alfarisi. Time is yours.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, esteemed guys and audience, honored speakers, and distinguished delegates, and my colleagues in this room and Zoom meeting. My name is Ridol Farisi. I'm a lecturer in Mathematics Department. It is my great pleasure and privilege to serve as your moderator in this session. It is now my honor to introduce our first speaker, Professor Dr. Visal Goyal. Professor Visal Goyal is the professor at GLA University, Mathura, India. Their work primarily focus on deep learning, computational intelligence, signal processing, soft computing, adaptive control design, and nonlinear control. Okay, the first time we have about 45 minutes for the presentation and 15 minutes for Q&A. Please join me giving a warm round of applause from to welcome Professor Dr. Visal Goyal. Professor Visal Goyal, time is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor. So,
Very good morning to the lovely people of Indonesia. So a lot of love and regards to you from the people of India. So first of all, I'm thankful to Prophet Dafiq, Prophet Saliman, for such a wonderful hospitality and opportunity to present our thoughts, our views on artificial intelligence and machine learning before you. So salam alaikum to all of you. So, so first of all, I'll try to connect with you with my university presentation because I want to connect with you, then I can showcase my views on artificial intelligence and machine learning. So I belongs to GLA University. It is a private university in the state of Uttar Pradesh, India. We established in 1998, and I'm Director Quality Assurance, Ranking and Accreditation in my university from last 25 years. So, next slide. So, let me make you aware about my university. The chancellor of our university is Professor Indy Agarwal, who is a leader, philanthropist, and a social worker in India. So, next slide, please. So, this is a leadership of our university, right from the CEO to the CFO to the vice chancellor and to the registrars. The team behind working of GLA University is in front of you, ladies and gentlemen. Next slide, please. So, university at a glance. So these are the major milestones that my university achieved from 1998 to 2024. In 1998, we were a small institute affiliated to the Technical University in India, having an intake of around 700 students only in 1998 with a small campus. But what the vision and the mission with which we follow, till 2024, we achieved a lot. And regularly we open institute, like we opened in 2006, we opened the Management Program Institute, and the Pharmaceutical Research Institute has been established. Then we opened another institute in 2008 with GLNA 2 institute we opened in 2008. Then finally in 2010, the turning point came when the government of India has granted us the status of private university in 2010. So we transform ourselves to become a university in 2010. Then we started Faculty of Education. In 2017, we were given the accreditation by Government of India with an A grade university. Then 18, we started the law program in our university. 2019, agriculture program was established in my university. 2022, after COVID, you know, the online education blossomed. Everyone was looking for the online education. So with the approval of Government of India, we have opened Center of Distance and Online Education. It enrolls the student all over the globe, means any student sitting in Indonesia, Malaysia, anywhere can enroll the program in our university is recognized by Government of India. In 2023, another milestone we have achieved. In 2017, our accreditation was A grade, but in 2023, we were given an upper grade, that is A plus, with a score of 3.46. And 2024, we opened a new off-campus in the same state to cater the need of the students. So this is how our university progressed in the last 25 years. Next slide, please. Now, this is the slide where I'm showing you about the approvals from Government of India and international approval and accreditation and rankings. So all approvals from government has been granted to GLA University, and we are the member of Association Universities of Asia Pacific, as well as, next slide please, as well as the accreditation ranking are concerned. We feature in Times Higher Education World University Ranking, where in Asia, we are in 351 to 400 band. All over India, our ranking is 44 throughout the country, according to Times Higher Education World University Ranking. So we are also accredited with the International Accreditation Council for Business and Education for our master's program in business management. So it is a renowned, means we have got all the ranking and accreditation also. Next slide, please. Now, this is about my university. We have 7 institutes, 100 programs are offered by my universities, around 800 faculty members, 1232 staff, and more than 18,000 students, regular students, are studying in GLA University with a campus area of more than 170 acres. And around 8,000 students are enrolled through online mode. So approximately 25,000 students are studying at GLA University. Next slide, please. The infrastructure is in front of you, so no need to tell you about the infrastructure. So it is a state-of-art infrastructure. Next slide, please. Now, the placement is a key role of any university. When the student take admission in any university, his parents or the student asks for the ROI. What is means in return what I will get after studying from this university, whether I'm getting a good placement or not. So GLA University in India is known for its placement. It is a placement driven and research driven university. So it is in Indian rupees, it is 55 lakhs per annum, highest CTC it has gone. Then every CTC is 5.10 rupees. In Indian rupees, you can convert it into Indonesian rupiah. So every CTC is 5.35 lakhs in engineering and management, 10 lakhs per annum. Next slide. So the major recruiters means internship. These days in India, it is very popular that in 30 years of engineering education, students go for the on-job internship. So our students got internship from Microsoft, Goldman Sachs, Amazon, JP Morgan, and Deloitte. These are all MNC multinational companies from Europe and United States and UK. So they are working in India, means these companies are operating in India, and our students, before completing the degree program, they have gone for the internship and getting a handsome amount. Next slide, please. About the placement offers, our university offer international placement also. Few of our students were placed in Anjuma, which is a US-based cybersecurity company, a consulting company rather. It is 55 lakhs. Amazon, Palo Alto, a cybersecurity company. Then Techion, Amazon, Autodesk. All these companies are renowned companies. So students are getting placed. These are the glimpse I'm giving it to you. Next slide, please. So these are the major recruiters that visit GLA University on campus for the placement of students. Next slide. Now, research is an integral part of any university. So we give a very good research facility to our research fellows and research associates. So we believe in a practical knowledge rather than a simulation environment. Next slide, please. So this is the output of research output of our university. We have got around 26.50 crore Indian rupees from Government of India research grant. Around 9,000 SCI publication were listed on Scopus database. Around 2.29 crores of consultancy is at our university. 79 product patents has been granted by Government of India to our university. Published patents are 695, and we have done 8 technology transfer to Government of India based on our patent which has been granted. Next slide, please. Now, these are the technology transfer which we have done with the Government of India, and it is approved, the product is available, and the technology has been transferred to the government. Next slide. Now, this is an international grant that we get from the National Institute of Health, United States. A big grant has been given by the United States government to our university to carry out research in biotechnology. So we have a very wonderful department of biotechnology at GLA University. Next slide. Now, what motivates our student and faculty to do the research? So there is a wonderful research incentive policy to our student and faculty at GLA University. It is in front of you. Like if you publish a paper in a Q1 journal, so the university give 1 lakh rupees as an incentive to the faculty, Indian rupees 1 lakh. It is around, you can say, 1.5 million in your currency. Incentive is given to the faculty. In Q2, 75,000 Indian rupees is given to for every paper. Likewise, the incentive is given to all the faculty members. Next slide. Now, we have the innovation ecosystem also in our university, a wonderful, because today is a world of entrepreneurship and startup. So around 44 startups have been incubated in our university, and the seed money of more than 2 crores have been given to these startups for them to nurture. It has been given. 124 prototypes have been developed by our students in our university. And we have a very wonderful ecosystem provided for the entrepreneurship, for the student to showcase their dreams and to start their own venture. Next slide. Now, our researchers are featured as a top 2% scientists of Stanford University. 22 faculty members or 22 researchers are in the list of Stanford University top 2% scientists. Next slide, please. And next slide. And one of them is the keynote speaker today, Professor Kamal Sharma. Will be speaking to you. He is the top 2% scientist of Stanford University in the field of material sciences and nanotechnology. Next slide. Now, this is a collaboration. We have the top 5 international collaboration with different university. And I'm hoping that one of the university in our list will be University of Jamber. So next year when I'll come, the name will be, I'll be changing this list to University of Jamber. Now we have with the industry MOU and the National Academy, also we have done them. There are more, but prominent one I'm showing it to you. Next slide, please. So this is the new infrastructure we have developed. We have established a robotic arm facility in a university for the automation purpose, for the student to learn how the manufacturing is done through the robotic arms. So all the facility has been established. We have a wonderful studio to record online lectures for the students in our full facility is there. Now, industry opened their own labs in our university, like Capgemini, which is a European company, has recently opened its experience center in our university with their own expenditure. They have put that so that the student can learn artificial intelligence and data sciences. Next slide. Now, these are the state-of-art centers, nothing to show you. Next. So this is a Capgemini Codex Experience Center, which I'm telling you. It is developed here in the university. Recently, we have opened. Next slide. Now, student support. All this is very common throughout the world. We support our students. There are different clubs. These are the state-of-art hostels developed inside the university. Next slide. So we are having the alumni chapters in different countries as well as within the India. Next slide. So in India, we adopt the village school. So it is a social responsibility. So under our CSR activity, corporate social responsibility, we have adopted nearby 5 village school. So all these schools are revamped. Poor children are given free of cost education. Their entire expenditure is borne by the university based on their infrastructure, based on the teaching of the students, learning, everything is bared by our university. Next slide, please. We have also adopted a few heritage sites in our city so that we can preserve our heritage and culture. So this is again our social responsibility. Next slide, please. Next slide. So Green Campus, we believe in green initiatives. So we are working very hard for the SDG, means United States Sustainability Development Goal. So we are working on that. Next slide. Next slide. So this is about my university. So we can connect that from where I am coming, what is the background of my university, because there are lakhs of university throughout the world. You might not be knowing about my university, and you might be knowing there are thousands of lakhs of university in India, We don't know what is real university. So with this, now you are connected with me. Now I come to the main keynote speech on artificial intelligence and data science. Please, can you open the second presentation? Yeah, the image is somewhat deteriorated. So my topic of conference is Decoding Tomorrow, Opportunity and Challenges in AI/ML. So before going to the next slide, so when I ask someone, when is artificial intelligence and machine learning born? When it has taken the birth? There are some of the students sitting here, and I believe they might be knowing about all of us might be knowing about artificial intelligence and machine was learning. So, it's not audible. So should I take it out? Because I have a habit of moving it here and there in the presentation. I cannot stand still. There is some AI is fitted in my body, which prompt me to move here and there. So now it is audible to all of you? Yeah. Next slide. So next slide, please. So this is Satya Nadella. Now you might be remembering him. He's a chairman and CEO of Microsoft. So what he says, it is not man versus machine. It is man with machine. If we understand this, the entire story of AI/ML is finished. Because today we are scared of AI. We feel that the day is coming when AI will take our jobs. AI will do this, AI will do that. No. Make AI as your companion, not your enemy. So that is that what Satya Nadella is saying is, it is not man versus machine, it is man with machine. So it is a very beautiful, so I've taken it from the internet and quoted it. Next slide, please. Now, I'm drawing few scene in front of you. Is AI as a lifesaver? Previously, when we go to the doctor, when we are ill, we go to the doctor, he recommend few tests. Today also, he recommend few tests. We go and do some biological test in the laboratory and they give us the result. We go to the doctor and he gives us the prescription. This is the practice throughout the world. The world is changing. AI has changed the life. It is a lifesaver. With the help of AI devices, now you can know well in advance about your problem in your body. There are a lot of devices which has been developed, the Fit band, this band, your watch, Apple Watch, or many of you might be wearing. It is tracking your heart rate, your BP, everything it is monitoring. So in a small town clinic, a child arrives with the unusual symptoms. The doctors runs tests, but the diagnostic remains unclear. At the same time, The AI analyzes millions of similar medical cases worldwide. Within minutes, it suggests a rare genetic disorder. This is the power of AI. So AI is very helpful in medical sciences. The day is not far when the doctor will be running an AI model and in his laptop, and he'll be doing diagnostic without sending you to with your symptoms, with your this. So AI is a lifesaver. Second scene. Second slide. Next slide. So, weather in India, this monsoon or this season, rainy weather was a disaster. Heavy rainfall is there in India. I don't know about Indonesia, but in India, lot of rainfall in India, Pakistan, means all this region is flooded like anything. Thus, AI can help us in predicting the climatic change. Yes, AI can help. So I'm telling you about the different scenario where the artificial intelligence is working. Next slide. As a co-creator, today, if you are a musician, or if you are a painter, people generate a lot of images through AI. You have seen a lot of memes of Donald Trump these days on the social media. In your country also, you might be seeing a lot of memes. You are dancing with your president, but he's not. But AI can generate your dance with your prime minister or president. Your AI can generate, you are shaking hand with Donald Trump. AI will generate images like anything. So it is the creator also. So I started with for the medical, then I started for the climatic, weather condition. Now creator, what next? Agriculture. Next scene. So agriculture slide might be missed. So AI is very useful for the agriculture sector also. Now, as I told you, somebody was saying that AI is take birth in 1980s. Dear friend, AI started from 1950 to 1980. It is a childhood stage of AI. When we invent any technology, there are different phases, from childhood to teenage, to the adult age, to the middle age, then it becomes the old age technology. But in 1950s to 1980, AI was there as an expert system, a rule-based system, if then else, with a set of rules only, but it was there. It was there. We have not done learning to those systems. Rather, we have, in a closed loop, we are giving instruction and it is doing our job. So the began not with learning, but with strict obedience. If then, you have done C language programming? Some computer science students might be here. If then else, we give a condition. If X, then Y, otherwise Z. Like this, we do programming. So it is an expert system. So it has taken a birth. What is the strength of that system? 1950s, because I am taking you from the older days, childhood, to teenage, to adult, to present, to future. So in my presentation, I'm telling you from where AI started, from where it is gone, now present, what is AI, and future, what it will happen. Like this, I'm taking my presentation. So chapter 1 is about the journey. As you can see, the strength is consistent and predictable output. Could not handle uncertainty or learn from new data. What else information you are giving it to the expert system? It will evaluate and give you the answer. Right? According to me, when a child takes a birth, his model is like a AI model, new model. He learns with the environment. The child learns with the environment. His neurons are trained with the new data. The mother train him how to eat. The mother train him, the father train him how to walk. This is AI model. The training is done to a brain. Like this, the model works. So the journey starts from 1950 to the 1980s, as I told you, as an expert system. Next slide. So now the AI from 1990s, it is in a teenage, a naughtiest year. All of us has been in the teenage, and what we have done when we were as a teenager, same way the machine learning has done. In 1990s to 2000, the AI entered into a teenage. Instead of telling machine every single rule, we have given them the data. Now there is no rules. With the rules, we are giving them the data, and they started learning. Previously, from 50 to 80, we were not giving them data. We are not making them learn. We are giving instructions. Okay, buddy, you have to do this thing. Nothing else you will do. You will not do anything. Now, from 1990s to 2000, we are making them learn. We are giving them data. And this was the birth of machine learning. 1990s, the machine learning take birth. From expert system, our journey started, and now we move to machine learning in 1990s. Like spam filters learn to detect unwanted emails. Bank trained models to catch frauds. Online stores like Amazon and Netflix began recommending products and movies based on your past choice. So this is how the machine learning started. Netflix, Amazon. Now, when you go for the shopping on any online website and you type this, they will start showing you those products only, because they learn from your response that you want to see these products. So this is how the model is now trained. You have made them learn with the data. So this is machine learning is now in the teenage. Applications, spam filter, credit scoring, recommendations, fraud detection, strength, adaptability, and ability to improve with data. Weakness, dependent on quality and quantity of data. How much data you will give it to them, accordingly they will learn. They cannot handle huge data. This was a drawback, weakness in 1990 about the machine learning. Next slide. Now, this is a revolution. This is a revolution in artificial intelligence and machine learning when deep learning came into existence. This has changed the world. There is a very famous scientist working in Stanford University, Andrew Ng. All of you might have heard. If you have not heard, you can Google it. He's an adjunct professor in this Stanford University. He's a mastermind of deep learning. And you might have heard about one website, Coursera, online platform for the courses to attend. Coursera. He's a founder of Coursera also. And so the deep learning 2020, 2010, in fact, marked a breakthrough with the rise of powerful GPU. Because when you are training your model, you require powerful computing devices. They run on high electricity and a lot of power is consumed, but you are training your models. Previously in machine learning, the data size was limited, but here the data size is huge, huge data size. They began to mimic the human brain structure through artificial neural networks. Through ANN, they are mimicking your brain, not only artificial neural network, but with convolutional neural networks also. So this was the era of deep learning. Suddenly, AI could recognize face in photos, understand speech, and even translate languages with remarkable accuracy. We have used multi-layered neural networks, then breakthrough image, 2012. Object recognition accuracy jumped dramatically. This was a breakthrough in 2012. Applications, computer vision, about the image processing. So image processing became very popular because of deep learning, which is computer vision, speech recognition, NLP, autonomous driving. So strength is unprecedented accuracy in complex tasks. Weakness, black box model require huge data plus computing power. Power consumption is very high. So deep learning has changed the world from 2010. So I started with expert system up till 1980. Then I take AI to the teen age, that is machine learning in 1990s. Then in 2010, deep learning came into existence. Next. Now 2020, Chat GPT. After COVID, that is generative AI. So you can see the stages, how the AI is growing from expert to machine learning to this your machine learning to deep learning and then generative AI. So machine that does not analyze but create. Analyzing data is not sufficient. People want, then machine should create. Machine should create my presentation of PhD. Machine should create my father's photograph, which is lost. Machine can create anything you want. It can create any photograph, any image, any video, any powerful, any application. Now the people don't want to write an application. They will give instruction to the Chat GPT. Chat GPT, can you write an application to my HOD that today I'll be on leave? Huh? Within a flash, he will write a wonderful application. So this is how this generative AI has created the environment that is Chat GPT. Different models are there. Models like GPT can write essay, code, even poetry. So how it is done? How generative AI or Chat GPT, it is based on the data set. How deep you are taking the data set, how deep you are doing the learning of your model is. And to make the model run, you require a lot of power. You require a good GPU. So generative AI, creativity, productivity is there. And what is the weakness? Risk of bias, misinformation, and ethical misuse. This is what we are finding on social media. These days, a lot of stuff is posted on social media, generated by AI, content is developed by AI, and they posted it. Then we ask, is this true to AI? Then the fact will come out. Today, you can see on your social media, I am shaking hand with your Prime Minister. Oh, he's a very big person. He was with us yesterday, delivering the keynote speech. The fixed service say, Shiva Sundar has never told me that he know our president. Then suddenly Sundar will analyze my photo through the Chat GPT. Is it true? No, it is a fake photo. So this is the weakness of AI, ethical misuse of the information. This is a weakness. Now, story doesn't end here. Today we are moving towards predictive AI, quantum AI. Lot of development is there. Will AI kill our jobs? No. We should now be habitual of using AI. Make AI your companion, not your enemy. Make your companion. It is the model which is devised to help you, not to misuse it. Next slide, please. So this is something I've taken from the internet only. It is not written by me. So I'm giving a citation, proper citation. It is not written by me. It is taken from the internet. Okay. It is, you can say it is having an plagiarized. So every great story carries a promise. For AI and ML, the promise is transformation. This technology holds the potential to not only automate tasks, but to solve problems once through unsolvable. Across industries, across geographies, AI is rewriting what's possible. So this is a promise. That's what I'm telling you. Next slide. The opportunities. Where is the opportunity? As you can see, I'm showing you the certain data, the opportunities where you can work, where you can do research. Means some of the research scholar might be sitting here. So healthcare sector, we are in 2025 and you can see we are near to 50,000 million market size, but the AI in healthcare is predicted in 2023. It will grow at a CAGR of 37.5% and it will gain a market share of $208 billion. So such a huge potential for the professionals to work for AI in healthcare. So this is an opportunity, a promise for you. Next slide. As you can see, AI diagnostic tool can achieve 95% accuracy in detecting disease like diabetic retinopathy, surpassing average physician performance. You don't require to go to doctor. AI model will give you all the study and it will give you the medicines and with 95% accuracy. So this is something, but we human beings never rely machine. We'll go to the doctor. Next slide. So medical imaging, another promise sector in medical AI, you can say image analysis and interpretation. Please, please. So operational efficiency, predictive and personalized healthcare, clinical decision support. So all these are the, you can say, the AI in healthcare, $208 billion market size. So it will be a great opportunity for you to work in AI in medical science. AI reduces diagnostic error by up to 30% and accelerate image analysis by 50 to 70%. All these are research-oriented results based on the survey, based on the state of art. These results have been found out. Next slide. As I told you about the agriculture, AI in agriculture. India GDP is largely dependent on agriculture. I don't know about Indonesia GDP, but India GDP rely on agriculture. So AI can help, artificial intelligence can help the agriculture market also. And you can see it is growing tremendously with a CAGR of 24.1%. And by 2030, it will be $11.2 billion. AI in agriculture. AI can help farmers. AI can help our farmers if better models are developed, train those models for their needs, it will be helpful for them. Next slide, please. Like farm monitoring, like drones working in farms, rainfall analysis, monitoring soil health, soil pH value, ambient temperature, robots working in field. So it is not man versus machine, it is man with machines. So we have to change our mindset. Sometimes I remember in 2000, maybe 2000 or 1990s, when the manufacturing revolution was there, robots enter into the manufacturing sector. Have you ever seen, or you can search on the YouTube and you can see the Toyota factory in South Korea, how the cars are manufactured. It is not by man, it is by robot. Robotics arms are doing all jobs to manufacture a car. In those days also, there was in the market that all the jobs will be lost. These robots will take all the jobs and this and that there was in the market. Like today in the market, AI will take all the jobs, will be unemployed, this and that. No, AI will never take your jobs. With the help of AI, you can generate lot of jobs. I'm telling you that that these market will grow tremendously, but people never look at the agriculture sector. A lot of real-time problems are there for the agriculture sector. You have to identify those problems, and with the help of AI models, you try to solve those problems. It will not only help the farmers, but your country also. A lot of potential is there. Next slide. So this is a trend of the, means how the AI adoption is there in agriculture I was talking about. 25% of the farms globally are expected to use AI-enabled agriculture technologies, 25% by 2030. So if you are a computer science professional working on AI, explore about these problems and start doing projects. Next. Climate and sustainability. I already told you about the SDGs of United Nations Sustainability Development Programs. In India, they are very well, they are very common. All the universities are working on SDG, publications are done on SDG, and we are focusing on the sustainable development programs. So AI can also help for climate and sustainability, as I told. Next slide. Now, AI in education, business, and industry. So you can see the different things I'm giving you: the market growth, adoption and integration, efficiency and productivity, performance and outcome. So you name any sector where AI will always be helpful to you. Next slide.
Sorry, sir. Your time is 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Okay, I'll complete it.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now the conflicts. I started about from the birth of AI, from teenage to the adult age, how AI is progressed. Application, I told you. Now the conflicts, concerns, where AI will be challenge for us. So as I told you, an AI trained on biased data can deny a loan. If you go to bank for a loan, since it is a bias base, a bank can deny you a loan because of that model problem. Misidentify a face or even misjudge a patient risk level. The same algorithm meant to bring equality can, if unchecked, reinforce inequality. So this is what we will discuss now within 2-3 minutes. Next slide, please. This is chapter 3. Next slide. Yeah. Yeah. Biasness. When a deep learning system decides, even its creator often struggle to explain how it reached the conclusion. Imagine a self-driven car swearing suddenly. How do we assign accountability if we don't understand the why behind the decision? Next slide. Now, AI, I told you, many times I told you during my last 40 minutes, it is driven by our data. So what about the people choices? What about their privacy? What about empathy? What about emotions? Does AI model has emotions? No emotions. Machine has no emotions. Does AI model has empathy? No. This is a problem. We human beings are very touchy people. We have emotions. That's the biggest difference between human and machine. Human and animal. Animal also have emotion. Sorry for that. Human and machine, this is the biggest difference. We have emotions. We have own our values, ethics, which AI doesn't. AI is very ruthless. It will give you the result. It is ruthless. Sometimes we go for the imaging, for our medical treatment, and the report came. And if the report is not favorable, the doctor with emotions, with empathy, he counsel you. Will the AI will be doing counseling to you? No. That's a report. These are the medicine, take it or go away. So this is a problem. Next slide.
Yes.
Training on large AI model can consume, please, I need your attention on this slide, can assume energy equivalent to running several hundred households for a year. You know how data centers work? For all these AI model to run, we require data centers where these learning data is saved and the models are trained. And to run these data centers, lot of energy is consumed. Gigawatts of energy is consumed. So will it affect our environment? Will it affect our economy? Yes. Next. Nations race to build AI, but rules and ethics lag behind. I was telling you. Innovation risks turning into chaos, creating a world where power is concentrated in the hand of few tech giants. So we are now the puppet of few tech giants because they have the data. Data is the new oil. Data is the new energy, is the new oil. Previously, we are looking for the oil, energy. No, energy is not the power. Power is the data. Those countries which have the data are the king. So this is about these tech giants. Next. So I'm missing this. This is ethics, empathy, and creativity, which I already explained. Yeah, next slide. So next slide. And I told you about the next horizon, future direction, AI plus quantum computing, human AI collaboration, augmented intelligence, and global AI governance. These are the certain future. Next. Next. So he's the Andrew NG, I was telling you. He's an adjunct professor in Stanford University, mastermind behind deep learning. So you can visit his Coursera website. A lot of courses are available. You can enroll there. It is a global platform. So he's a man behind deep learning. Next slide. So this is a very beautifully written by Fifi Lee. The future of AI is not about man versus machine, but about man with machine working together to solve humanity's greatest problems. So ladies and gentlemen, next slide. This is my presentation. This is my speech. Hopefully, I could address about your journey of AI, how it is evolving, what are the future prospects. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for patiently listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Faisal Goyal. Your presentation is very interesting and fantastic and insightful for our university and for other audience. Okay, the next session, we now have time for the question and answer the question. When you ask your question, please state your name and your institution. Maybe in the Zoom meeting and room, you can direct your question to the speaker.
If you want to reach to me, if you have in future, if you have any questions, you want to collaborate with our university, right person in university is Honorable Professor Dafik. You can contact him. He's our mentor. He's our boss. He's everything to us. So you can contact Professor Dafik. You should be blessed. You have such a dean in your university, energetic. So you can contact him. He'll tell you about my contact details. You can approach me. So, and I invite all of you, come to India, a wonderful country. India loves Indonesia. Indonesia loves India. We have a very strong bonding for long, many years. Last year or last year, your president or prime minister was our Republic Day chief guest. So it is a beautiful country. It is a beautiful country and we love Indonesia. So can I do one exercise with you? Not yoga exercise. Can you, all of you, raise your hand? Yeah, tight. Why you are like this? Raise your hand. Ma'am, please, raise your hand. No physical exercise. All of you, please, you also. Why you are sitting? Everyone, yeah, you. Now, turn your palm like this. Take it back and tap it. This is self-motivation.
Self-motivation.
If your father, mother, sister, brother, your guide, your faculty is not motivating you, tap your head. Yes, brother, I have done a great job. So this is how you can motivate you. Okay? So
Okay.
thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sure. In chat room, there are two questions for the Professor Faisal. I will.
Yeah.
Okay. The first question from Miss Tasi from Universitas Negeri Padang. The question: there is a risk that AI could widen the gap between developed and developing country. What step can we take to leverage AI as a tool to reduce this risk of global inequality? Maybe you can write in the chat room.
Because it is difficult to understand what you are saying.
Oh yeah, okay. Panjang kali. Very long.
I understand. No, I'll speak out. She might be listening to me. The question is that will AI will widen the gap between developed country and developing country? Dear professor or the student who is asking me this question, it depends upon person to person, country to country. AI will not widen the gap. We human widen the gap. We only widen the gap or we bridge the gap. It is up to us. Use AI technology wisely, and AI will help developing countries a lot. What is happening in United States of America? These days, you might be hearing a lot about the tariff war. Every country is fighting with the president of United States. Trade war. Tariff this, tariff this. Even we are facing a lot of critical issues with the US government regarding trade war. Why? Name any product. Name any list of products which are manufactured in United States. Apple iPhone, it is not manufactured in United States. Company is of United States, but it is manufactured in India and China. Toyota, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, even Tesla. Tesla is not manufactured in United States. It is manufactured in China, Germany. United States has no manufacturing technology. It is only importing all the products. What I mean to say, United States is a developed country. And a country like India, which is a developing country, is now manufacturing Apple iPhones. So can you still feel there is a gap? There is no gap. AI is helping developing countries a lot in every field, rather than widening the gap.
Maybe there are one question to Professor Goyal. What the fundamental mathematics?
The question is what mathematical fundamentals are required to learn AI? Very important question for the undergraduate students. Like in my university, from an engineering program, from first year itself, first semester itself, we start making our students learn about the basic mathematics. Mathematics is the backbone of AI. Without mathematics, you cannot train a model or derive a model. Calculus, statistics, probability, discrete mathematics. These are the certain mathematical tools that you require to develop our AI model as well as in training. Complex algebra, means all these mathematical tools. So all university should start courses on that, right from first semester. In my university, whether you are from computer science or not, whether you belong to pharmacy or management or biotechnology or agriculture, any department, any program, you have to learn one subject on AI, which is mandatory for all students throughout the university, one subject of 4 credit you have to clear on AI. At least every student should have a fundamental knowledge of AI after passing it out. So I request University of Jember to look into it in their curriculum. Every student, whether it is UG, undergraduate, postgraduate, or PhD, must clear one exam, one course on artificial intelligence.
Thank you, sir. In this room, maybe you have a question. Okay, Mr. Ziaul. Maybe enough. Okay. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank you for a brilliant speakers and your topic AI and machine learning. So the last session, a give plus for the brilliant speaker. Okay. The last session is concluding for the session. There are still a lot of potential for advanced and AI and machine learning. However, there are also challenges that we as human should be able to overcome in every life. Okay. As I'm moderators and the last session, I thank you very much for the audience in Zoom and this room. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Fisal Goyal and Dr. Rido Alfarisi.
And for the next agenda is token of appreciation. For this session, we would like to invite Professor Dr. Fisal Goya to the stage for receiving the token. And also, we would like to invite Professor Davik to the stage to give the token of appreciation. And also, we would like to invite Bapak Dr. Kiswara to the stage to give the token of appreciation. Please join with us in the stage. Camera ready on 3, 2, 1. Give a round of applause for Professor Dr. Fisal Goya. We are now continuing to the second keynote speakers, Professor Setia Pramana, MSc PhD from Polytechnic Statistika STIS Indonesia, and will be moderated by Dr. Alfian Futuh Hadi. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Alfian Futuh Hadi. Time is yours.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the second keynote speech. Here is Mr. Professor Setia Permana from Statistical Polytechnic of Indonesia, Statistical Business University or Polytechnic that's owned by Indonesian Statistics Bureau. It's is an professor in statistics that will be in 20 minutes with carefully Mr. David with friends is leaving this room, then we will begin the second plenary session. Okay, Mr. Setia Permana will be offering this session with from offline video, and then we can see that this is statistical advanced data collecting and using from governance. Okay. Is there any trouble? No? We can start from the presentation of Mr. Professor Setia Permana with in these videos on Zoom meeting.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning for all the participants of International Conference on Mathematics, Geometry, Statistics, and Computation in Jember. So it's a great pleasure for me to be invited to the conference, and I'm really sorry that I cannot join the conference in person and also direct due to I have other activities. So for today's presentations, I will focus on the big data implementation for public policy, especially on mapping the creative industry center through a point of interest approach. For this presentation, I will briefly give you overview on big data and also how big data can be used for public policy, also several big data cases used in BPS Statistik Indonesia, also in STIS. And after that, we focus on the one of our case that using the point of interest for mapping creative Yogyakarta. This is just a brief CV of me. So I'm Professor Applied Statistics STIS, and then I did all my PhD, also postdoc in Sweden, also in Belgium. Also a member of some UN task team related to big data and also visual statistics. So as you know that data is very needed for government. So especially for evidence-based policy, where all the data needed from starting from development, planning, and also implementation, evaluation, and also control. All the data is needed for development of the policy and how we can make sure that the development effectiveness through data available in the government. We use data basically to provide evidence-based policy, but we have to make sure that the data, the statistic produced by national statistic offices, by ministries, by other government agencies, have met the quality of statistics. There are several dimensions of quality of statistics, starting from accuracy, relevance, timeliness, accessibility, also coherence, and also interpretability. This statistical quality need to be checked every activities to make sure that the data produced by all business process of statistics can be used for better decisions. To produce a data, there are several data collection methods. One of the main method is census and survey. Census is collection of the whole population, whereas survey is in just to get the data from sample from these populations. We also can have the data from administrative product compilation, where we can get data from the records of database, which is maintained by government agencies or other organizations, and also other institutions. It could be private institution, it could be government institution for their operational purposes. We can compile them and so we can base on that databases to obtain statistics. Besides these three methods, we can also get data from other ways according to development of science and technology. So one of the recent alternative data for official statistics is big data. As you know, the big data have at least four characteristics. It's including the large scale of volume. So the volume of the data uh, being produced is really huge due to activity of the users or the sensors, including social media, or also even also a log of a web. This also including the variety of the data, where the data right now is not only structured but also unstructured, also semi-structured. Besides volume and variety, the data being produced in real time, right, almost real time, the analysis being produced is real time, but also the rate of analysis should be also in real time. So this is a challenge for us right now as statistician. The speed of generation of the data is very quick. In the same time, the rate of analysis also need to be faster also. The fourth characteristic of big data, which actually, in my opinion, is the most important one, especially for public policy, is related to the uncertainty of data, the veracity. The data being now produced by all those platforms or machines or system, actually we have several uncertainty on that data related to the accuracy, related to the precision, and also whether we can trust the data. That's why we need to do most of the case, most of the time when we deal with big data is related to cleaning the data and to make sure the data that we can analyze actually the data that have trust value. So these are several big data sources that storage records, delivery receipts, invoices through your credit card or through your mobile banking. That is transactional data. Different type of big data is data come from sensors or activity records from electronic devices such as smart meter in your home, road cameras, games, IoT things, and also satellites. The third big data source is social media interactions, which cover data produced by human interaction through. And this social interaction usually depends on the area. For example, in Indonesia, Facebook is the most common, also TikTok. But now, right now in Seoul, in Korea, they have TikTok is common. They have Instagram, the most common here, and also they have their own social media network. In China, also they have different social media. So the platform of social interaction is non-state actors such as citizens, people. You just report some situations, and also maybe they have some related to some question to the government or to the companies through some application or websites. These big data sources, of course, have big opportunities, especially for evidence-based policy making, to improve the public service delivery, to provide efficient resource allocation, and also to enhance transparency and also accountability. Although we can have access on big data, the challenges arise because of the barrier to access the data. Most of the data, or most of the data, I can say that, actually owned by the private companies. So, for example, in Jakarta, Indonesia, we have Gojek or Tokopedia or Grab and others. So they have all the information moving between area or ordering food or we buying through Shopee, in marketplace, etc. All that are owned by the private companies. So the main concern is when we can access their data and can be there is the legal constraint, privacy, also confidentiality of the client information. The third one, that they know that this data cannot be shared, just sharing the data because they know the value of the data. So to give this away to the researchers, to the government, maybe is challenge for them because they know the value of the data. And not only those three, but also the infrastructures, also the knowledge for the training for the staff is actually needed because of the more the data, of course, the higher the infrastructure needed for storage, for computational, and also the staff to analyze all the data actually need to be improved. So in processing big data, as I mentioned, there are the costs, the methods, skill gaps, because of big data infrastructure is not as like database infrastructures, right? So we need more advanced big data infrastructures. The methods, if statistical method that we use currently is only for sample data or for only limited size of the data. But when you have larger data, the complexity is getting bigger. And the data impermanence, because some related to big data is only famous or only available during period of time and also only limited to some areas. So these are some issues also about the data. So one of the big data sources, as I mentioned before, we have satellite imagery. We also have geospatial data. So one of the geospatial data, actually the point of interest data, which actually contain the information of specific location or place, which can be considered as useful, interesting, also important to us, to individual, to group, or other group members, right? So this related to the place related to the geographical, also the legal context. So this POI have information about the locations, also, etc. So the point of interest have aspect of navigation and orientations. It helps quickly and accurate to find locations, the pro, but also the cons is a risk of excessive collection, user collection data. And it also has advantage to provide optimal route information for people, citizens, reduce waste time for searching for places, but also there are some potential misuse of personal tracking and also activity monitoring. Related to the user experience, the point of interest have advantage to provide detailed information about facilities and services provide reviews, also make business more discoverable. For example, because you open a new shop, you can be discovered easily by your clients. But then the cons, of course, the reviews might be biased because the one who have a review on your location, for example, in Google Map, you have like restaurants, right? So it could be only the review only the one that maybe doesn't like your food or so doesn't like your have negative comments, right? This is also something that need to be taken into account when you analyze the point of interest. Also related to analysis and planning, it can support spatial analysis, useful for market research, policy, public policy. Also, it reduces the time used for research, also to help to optimize the operation, also customer reach. Although there's some negativity related to the data coverage in some area, in rural and urban area, maybe they are uneven, and also some inability between the regions. Some of the related to the lack of point of interest, some of that we see that long locations, also maybe they are actually taking the wrong uh, houses, the wrong, or just by chance, or maybe they are on purpose to take the wrong location. That's why the pre-processing of point of interest actually needed before being used. So the point of interest been used for several years for some research, especially to enhance the measuring spatial accessibility in primary care physicians. Also, in Czech Republic, there are some cases on mapping creative industries. In China, it's related to spatial algorithms based on POI data. And in Shanghai also, there are some study on spatial pattern on cultural and creative industry. Also, we can have like the POI density to identify urban cultural areas. Some of the research of POI also related to the poverty mapping, public health, and also other topics. So for this sessions, we will focus on the mapping creative industry centers through point of interest approach. We use Yogyakarta as a study case, so we try to use this as part of evidence that we can use POI for mapping creative industry. This is to get the work of my students, Erika and me, also some of our colleagues from ministry, from the local government in Yogyakarta, and also from our colleague from Jember University as well. So, first of all, I will just briefly define, let you know what is the definition of the role of creative industry. So, creative industry is a sector based on individual skills, creativity, and also talent to create prosperity and employment opportunities. So, there's the creative industry actually comprises of 17 subsectors that span various creative cultural activities from traditional art, craft to modern digital and technology-based creative services. The creative industry itself actually contribute to more than 3% of global GDP, whereas in Indonesia in 2023, this sector itself absorbed almost 25 million workers and also create economy, have create economy to have GDP reach 1.4 trillion million rupiah. Of course, this support the National Long-Term Development Plan on 2025 and 2045 to improve the target of creative economic contribution to reach 8% to GDP. we select Yogyakarta as our case because we see that the potential of creative industry, especially in Yogyakarta, which has the largest share to national creative economy GDP at more than 16% in 2016. And Yogyakarta is one of the national development priority areas for tourism and also creative economy sector. When we discuss about the development of creative economics, but we are limited with the data about the creative industry stakeholders, also locations. The current database owned by the tourism and creative economy departments because it's already old and also they are basically based on the online questionnaires like Google Forms. This actually self checking, right? Self reporting, right? So there's some maybe a limitation of this data right now. So we propose to use the point of interest to provide the data to improve the data of creative industry uh, and also to make it better on the updating because if you have to survey you have to ask like a couple of maybe period, but then in point of interest you can do update it automatically through the platform. Okay. So this research have two objectives. First is to analyze creative industry concentration through the integration of industry density, population density, also the distance to transportation facilities, and the distance to city centers. Uh, Also, the second one is to identify areas that serve as creative industry center based on the subsector on Yogyakarta. These are our data sources, the type of data from creative industry, from port of interest. It includes the business name, subsector coordinates, address, also rating and reviews. It comes from Google Maps API. We selected in January 2025. The transportations facilities, the same with from the Google Maps, the city center, which actually as a reference point to see the distance between this area, this creative industry to the center. And also, we obtain data from BPS Statistics Indonesia about the populations, population density, and also the administrative boundaries. So this actually we have 17 subsectors, but then combined into 13 subsectors based on the standard classification of innovation business field in 2020. The subsector application, architecture, photography, crafts, culinary, music, until the fine arts. And these are, if you see that in the right, the fourth columns related to keywords, which related to the application, which is the software applications, means, and also architecture related to architecture firm, architecture location, fashion related to clothing producer, garment manufacturers, tailors, shoe producer, etc. Crafts, including the batik producers, leather craft producer, weaving producer, knitting, bamboo producer, and etc. And also the main in subsector is culinary. Well, it includes the bakpia production because in Yogyakarta is most famous um, uh, like cake is bakpia, yayangko, gudeg production, and etc. These actually be used to in Google Map to obtain the location of these industries. So this is just illustration how the data being collected. So the point of interest data was obtained through Google Maps scraping using tools from GitHub, and then the POI data extraction by putting the search keyword that I mentioned before in the locations, for example, television station in Umbul Harjo or food in Unggul Hajar Subdistrict, Jakarta. And then after all location and also the keywords being done, we put that in the X. Do some pre-processing, including to remove the data outside the research locus, the location, removing maybe there are some duplicates. For example, if you are in one area, some of the collinear location actually being also extracted in different area, but actually they are the same locations. And then removing duplicates, and also there are some manual verification to check whether exact those actually exact locations. And these are some methodologies for to see the density, right? So the first is weighted overlay method is to combine various spatial data layer by assigning different weights to each variable. So for example, here we have a variable of industry density, right? The weight is 50%, and population density, the weight is 30%, and distance of transfer facility 10%, also distance to city 10%. And based on the criteria, we can give a score or to the locations, and then we can have if area is less than 0.5 industry per square meter is score 1. And also population density is some like area less than 500 people per square meter, so they score 1. And also density above 5,000 people, 5,000 people per square meter actually being scored as 5. The same like the distance to transport and also distance to city center. This actually based on the article that we base on. This is the workflow weighted overlay methods. As mentioned, we start with the village specific area, and also we include information about population density, distance to city center, and then after that we assign a weight for each layer, and then later we can have the visualize the classification based on what the result we produce. And then to identify creative industry centers, both single and mixed centers, because some area maybe it's actually a village, right? So it's maybe only focus on one only one creative industry. Some area could be on not only one, but there are several creative industry focus on that area. That's why we use this function intensity index to identify which area actually have a single center, or it's actually mixed, or not only one type of creative industry, but also several type of creative industry. So this function intensity index combines two spatial indicators from density index and also average nearest neighbor index. This to calculate the functional density into area specific or PI categories. So this actually, if you see that in the workflow on the right, and showing that how we can calculate the functional intensity index based on the average nearest index, also density index. And then if some area actually have outlier, so some area outlier means that this is actually far, far from outside, really specific. So it's called as a single center area, but it actually this out of 17 or 13 subsectors, they are mostly not that single subsector appears different. So we say that it's a mixed center area. So this is actually the mathematical expression of average nearest index, average nearest neighbor index, density index, and also functional intensity index, which actually the FI is combination of the ANI and also the DI. So we use a category average index and also functional intensity index to obtain to check whether as I mentioned, to check whether some area is actually mixed function or a mixed function or actually is single functions. So this is the result of the data that the most common subsector is actually culinary. Almost 32% of the area actually is culinary subsectors, and then the second one is subsector of crafting, followed by photography and also fine arts. And most of the point of interest located in Sleman, District Sleman, Bantul, and the list is Kulon Progo. This is the distribution of creative industries by regencies. Bantul, we have in Yogyakarta, there are 5 regencies and also 4 regencies and 1 city. The city is Yogyakarta and other 4 regencies, Kulon Progo, Sleman, Gunung Kidul, and Bantul. If you look at that, for example, in publishing, there's no publisher in Gunung Kidul, but in Kota Yogyakarta, if you look at that, most of them actually related to the culinary, uh, arts, and arts, etc. The right in the map, in the right hand, showing the distribution of publishing subsector, for example, and then for example, in Gunung Kidul is only one uh, uh, location that we based on the POI showing as part of the publishing subsectors. But most of the subsector actually in the middle is the city center in Yogyakarta. Some of them is in Sleman, Bantul, and also in Kulon Progo. This actually the information about the concentration area for captive industries. So the distribution actually most of the village that have concentration of categories, 90 of village is very high, and there are some village like 114 very low classification concentration of area. If you look at on the map here, the map that the city center where this kota or city Yogyakarta is located, and also the surrounding area have higher concentration of creative industry. Whereas in Gunung Kidul, city center is here, most of the Gunung Kidul's village doesn't have any creative industry in that area. The area is only located in this is Kota Yogyakarta, city Yogyakarta, and so this is Bantul, Kulon Progo, and if you look at going to the north, it's related to the Sleman, right closer to Merapi Mountains. So, for example, this Merapi, the one that have least category, least concentration, actually because of this close to the mountain, of course, the less activity. This is Yogyakarta city, very high concentration as a city center, of course, can be explained that whereas in Gunung Kidul area, here Gunung Kidul have the lowest concentrations. Most of them actually are only related to creative industry activities. So, out of 438 villages in Yogyakarta, there are like 105 villages considered as single industry, whereas 123 actually as a mix, right? So this is most of the creative industry percentage is single, right, and also mixed, also unidentified. And this actually, for example, the single creative industry based on by regencies, Kota Yogyakarta have most or city Yogyakarta have the most uh, uh, village which only single one or more mostly creative industries. Uh, for some, most of them are culinary, also craft. So if you look at here, culinary, these are in the map. These are showing the villages, which actually showing that they are um, the center of culinary. Means that only in that area the culinary is the most common creative industry. Photography in the center, right? In some area center. Also, we have also some activity related to fine art, fashion, and also crafts. So we also observe that some of the villages, they are not only focused, or they are not only the creative industry in that area is not only focused on one subsector, but also have more than one subsector. For example, in Bantul and also Sleman, there are 18 uh, industry center that actually mix. So, for example, here, like in this applications, for example, here, this is related to application design and also music. This is related to the fashion, culinary, and fine arts. There are some region here that the subsector is not only one, but also maybe one or two or three subsectors. Okay. Uh, to check our finding, we based on the data satellite, no, based on the satellite, also based on the checking on the ground, we observe that some of the area, for example, Sindu Harjo village, a single industry center related to architecture and subsector, our team went there, and also we checked through the Google map, right, to check whether our finding actually explained by situation in the ground. For example, in Sobabudi village, Purbayan village, check whether the creative industry found by point of interest by Google Map actually exists. We check also the mixed area, right, to check whether the Jatuh Tunggal subdistrict actually part of the subsector that they focus is in fashion, photography, media, and also advertising. We look at the information, for example, here, this actually, if you are like here, right? So this is actually the airport, Adi Sucipto airport. If you've been to Yogyakarta, it's outside the airport, right? There are a lot of lot of economic activities, right? So if you look at here, some activity related to the photography, related to the craft, related to the music, and etc. So, in conclusion, is that we observe based on our research that very high and creative industry concentrations in Yogyakarta, especially in city Yogyakarta, Sleman, and also Bantul. And these areas actually have higher industrial population density. They have very good accessibility because they are in the center. So some area with a low concentration of creative industry are located in Gunung Kidul, also Kulon Progo regencies. Uh, this, yeah, of course, because they are these regencies, most of the villages are located in the hill, also coastal area, where actually their main economic activity is related to the some of them related to the fishing, some of them related to the agricultural and also tourism. And out of 138 villages in Yogyakarta, 28% were identified as creative industry center, consisting 105 villages as single center and also 18 villages as mixed centers. And both single and also mixed creative industry centers are distributed across all regencies, which actually dominated by the regency of Sleman. Yeah, Sleman is quite popular for locating the creative industry, followed by Bantul and also Yogyakarta city. I think that's all uh, from me, and really sorry that I cannot have questions and discussions session. But if you have any question, please do send your question to this to my email, and I will hopefully can respond it to your question, also feedback. And again, thank you very much for your attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This keynote speaker address delivered by Professor Permana, titled Big Data for Public Policy, Mapping Creative Industry Centers through a Point of Interest Approach, has been delivered well by the video on Mr. Professor Permana. It is suggested some index and metrics. There are average of near-nearness index, then city index, function intensity index, and category of ratio index. This is he can mapping well the creative industry with POI data on Yogyakarta. There is from some district, 4-5 district in Yogyakarta. Okay. As he mentioned before, that questions can be sent on his email setia.permana@stis.ac.id. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I am Alfian Fudiradi. Thank you for your attention and back for Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Satya Pramana, MSc PhD, and Dr. Alfian Futuhul Hadi.
Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next sessions, there is a 10 minutes coffee break sessions. For all participants, please be back at 11:20 AM.
Matahari gak masalah. Stumbling home, we don't know where we're going. Should've turned back hours ago. Out of our minds, I guess we're sleeping outside. You're still a good time, even in the cold. Get out the road, I told you. A car's coming, I stop you. You know I always got you. You know I always got you. Push it to the side, even if it means that I die. I wouldn't hesitate about it, wouldn't even think about it. I know I really love you. Push it to the side, even if it means that I die. Wouldn't hesitate about it, wouldn't even think about it. I know I really love you. Wheels in your hands, I guess we need a new plan. There's a motel a mile down the road. Finally can stand, back then still looking for dry land. Jump on my back, I'll take you home. You know I always got you. You know I always got you. Push it to the side, even if it means that I die. I wouldn't hesitate about it, wouldn't even think about it. I know I really love you. Push it to the side, even if it means that I die. Wouldn't hesitate about it, wouldn't even think about it. I know I really love you. Love you. Love you. Always got you. Push it to the side, even if it means that I die. Love you. Wouldn't hesitate about it, wouldn't even think about it. I know I really love you. Always got you. Push it to the side, even if it means that I die.
Online lebih hemat. Nikmati diskon hosting hingga 70%, AI Website Builder, dan koin AI gratis. Paket
Okay, we will continue the preliminary session at 11:40 AM. Thank you.
Good morning, Prof.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the first keynote speakers is Professor Marko Vaukoven, PhD, from University of Eastern Finland, Kuopio, Finland. The keynote speakers will be moderated by Dr. Alfian Futuhul Hadi, SSE, MSE. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Alfian Futuhul Hadi. Time is yours.
Okay, let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, we will running to the third session of keynote speech with Mr. Marko Vahonen from University of Eastern Finland. He will about 13-40 minutes telling about his latest research in Finland for us in here in ICMAGESTIC 2005. Okay, if there is, without no further ado, if there is no waiting for, we can please welcome Mr. Marko on our international conference. And this time is yours, Mr. Marko. Please welcome.
Okay, thanks a lot for the nice introduction and giving me this opportunity to give this talk in this conference. So I think I try to share my slides. Can you see them now? Hopefully so. Okay, so today I'm gonna talk about solving inverse problems for real-world applications, and here's a bit of the contents of my talk. So I introduce a bit of our research group first, and then go through some background and theory of inverse problems. And then some directions of our research, and after that, quite a few slides on electrical imaging, ERT and ECT, and some practical applications for which they could be used. Then this kind of flow imaging technique, some slides on that, and then kind of seismic imaging or seismic imaging approach to estimate ground water volume using neural networks, and then some concluding remarks. So here's our group. So I come from Kuopio, Finland, University of Eastern Finland, and we have inverse problems research group of around 40 people. It varies between 35 and 45 normally. And we have, well, about 5.5 professors and associate professors. Kai Pio is the head of the department, so not much time on research, but then 4 professors and Timo Lahivara is associate professor. Some postdocs and then around 20 to 25 PhD students and some technical personnel to develop our measurement systems. There's pretty old picture of our group. It has grown quite a bit from those years. And we belong to 2 fairly big research communities in Finland. One is Finnish Center of Excellence in Inverse Modeling and Imaging. This consortium has been, let's say, alive since 2006, so almost 20 years. It's a funding given by the Research Council of Finland, and a lot of Finnish universities and institutes are part of this. So it's related to basic research on inverse problems. And then we are also part of FAME flagship for advanced mathematics for sensing, imaging, and modeling. So this is more kind of applied research consortium based on the results that we have been working on in this more theoretical inverse problems research consortium. This is also funded by Research Council of Finland. And of course, then we have many other funding resources, but these are kind of the biggest in from the Research Council of Finland. Okay, what are the inverse problems that we are interested in? So with one sentence, we can say that the aim is to calculate estimates for unknown parameters that cannot be directly observed. And for this one, we need a mathematical model or physical model, whatever you like to call it, where you have a model, let's say A of theta given here, that connects your unknown parameters to the measured values, whatever their measurements are. We will have a look at some examples. And if you know theta, you can solve these measurements. This model normally comes from PDEs or differential equations or integral equations. And after you discretize, you can numerically solve this system when your parameter is known. This is called forward problem. And then in practice, when you solve inverse problems, you do the measurements and then somehow you invert this. You are interested in solving this unknown theta. And forward problem is normally easier to solve, and inverse problem is often ill-posed and it's much more trickier. Okay, this is just a very simple and simplified example of one inverse problem, but we also are interested in. This is tomographic imaging or X-ray CT, where the aim is to make a slice images of, for example, human body, like here lungs and heart can be seen, and the spine quite nicely. And how this thing goes is that you place your X-ray sources on one side of the person and you have a detector on the other side. And then you apply X-rays through the patient and measure the attenuated values on the other side. And depending on the attenuation values here, different outcomes are measured here. In this simple example, you can think of that the bigger attenuation means bigger value at your detector. Basically, it's the other way around, but doesn't matter. And this is basically a standard X-ray projection image that can be seen here on the right-hand side corner. So you need these projections a lot around the patient, like this, in order to create a tomographic data and tomographic image. And for this one, you can see in hospitals a lot of these CT machines. So you rotate, well, not the patient, but the source and the detector pair, and you make these measurements from several angles and measure these outcomes of the radiation. And this data, of course, depends on how long distance this ray travels through the patient. For example, here when it goes from corner to corner through attenuation value 5, so you have to multiply it by the distance, which is in this case square root of 2, if the side distance is 1. So you do these measurements around, and the forward problem is now if you if you know this attenuation coefficients, you know this slice image, you can of course calculate these projection images. That's easy. And the other way around, inverse problem is that you measure these values on the boundary or around the patient, and then you are asked to solve this image. So what are these attenuation coefficients? And finally, you can make these kind of CT images as shown on the right. And this can, of course, be written in a system of linear equations, and you can write it down as a matrix form like this. This is your measurement model or observation model. So this A is a matrix that includes the distances of the rays traveled through the pixels, easy to calculate basically. Theta is this image, these pixel values of attenuations, and Y is the vector of measured X-ray intensities around the patient. And this can be solved in many ways. One is to use this kind of a least squares approach where you minimize squared distance between the measured data and your computed data. But this can be ill-posed, and this is not the wise way to solve it. You can do it with normal equations, for example, like this, but this, for example, A transpose A can become very, very ill-posed, and this kind of approach is not useful. So you need to regularize. So you have to replace this original problem with nearby well-posed problem. So you add this kind of regularization term here. So this term makes this well-posed, and you can, let's say, safely solve it. This L is a matrix that you decide by yourself, regularization matrix, and alpha is a small parameter how you handle the weight of this regularization with respect to this, let's say, data space information. And the solution is also pretty simple. It's shown here. So in X-ray case, this would be your image estimated based on the data Y on the boundary of the or around the patient. Okay. But what we are interested in is statistical approach, or this kind of Bayesian inversion approach, where we think that all the unknown variables that we don't know are considered random and they have probability densities. And the aim in Bayesian is to find so-called posterior density pi of theta given y. So posterior of theta given the data. And probably most of us know the Bayesian theorem, which can be written in this form. So this posterior is proportional to the so-called likelihood times the times the prior density. And we can have a look at how we get this likelihood and prior. And when you know these, using your model and your knowledge on the prior knowledge on your parameters, you can solve the posterior. And then this is a very, very high dimensional density. So we need to calculate some point estimates of this one. You cannot plot the whole density. And what we often use as a solution of this are, for example, mean or maximum of this posterior density. And that is our solution of the problem. And for example, if you have Gaussian densities and linear model, first of all, likelihood can be written using the density of the noise. So the likelihood is the same as the density of noise with the argument of y minus a theta. So you can think of solving noise term from here and plug it in the density of the noise. And using this, the posterior is of the form likelihood here and the prior. And if we now have Gaussian densities assumption in all of these, our posterior is also Gaussian, and it's written down here. And you can easily maximize this system by minimizing the negative exponent of this one. pretty easy, let's say, optimization problem. So here's the functional that you minimize with respect to theta, and the solution is given in here. And this is a case when all is Gaussian, and that's pretty practical and pretty useful approach in many cases. Okay. Now there are a couple of matrices that you need to make a choice. It's a noise covariance CV here and your prior. And this noise covariance can basically be estimated from your measurement device. You can carry out repeated measurement data and you can estimate the variances of each channel. And quite often you can use diagonal matrix for this one. And then there's this prior part. Simplest could be Tikhonov prior when this covariance is just a diagonal matrix. This is not very useful, and often we use covariances that promote smoothness of the solution. And here's one example, this kind of squared exponential covariance function. But there are a lot of different options how to choose these parameters. Whatever prior information can basically be cast in this covariance. And also, of course, there's this mean of the prior, and that can be obtained from the prior knowledge of your parameter set. Okay, so what we focus our work in our research group are biomedical inverse problems, these medical imaging techniques that you can find in hospitals in worldwide, CT, MRI, PET SPECT, for example, industrial inverse problems. This is mostly my field of interest. It's kind of process imaging using electrical imaging techniques that we will have a look at today. Then we use some geoscience and atmospheric science research, and I will show you example on seismic imaging, and then using neural networks to estimate water volumes. And then there are some minor miscellaneous parameter estimation problems. Okay, here's the infra of our group. So we are technical physics department, so we also build some devices. We have this kind of tomographic imaging lab where we have, for example, EIT and ECT imaging systems, 8 of those in total, EMFT system for imaging flows, and then, for example, ultrasound and thermal tomographic imaging prototypes. Some of them, these are built by ourselves, and some are commercial. And then we have also optical and acoustic instrumentation lab, and that's mainly for using light or acoustic signals to make images. And photoacoustics is, for example, one interest of research. And then we use a lot of devices and measurements from our collaborator from hospitals and, for example, AI Virtanen Institute, who has a lot of MRI devices and CT devices for imaging animals, small animals. Okay, next we go to a bit of having a look how these electrical imaging approaches work, how you collect the measurements and what you can do with those, what kind of applications these inverse problems or solutions of these inverse problems might give you. And here are 2 of these techniques. On the left, there's ERT, electrical resistance tomography, or also called impedance tomography. And on the right, there's ECT, capacitance tomography. And ERT works so that you attach electrodes on the object you are interested in, like this here. You apply currents, for example, through 2 electrodes, and you measure voltages between all the other electrodes. And then you move this current injection pair to the next electrode pair and repeat the data. That is how you collect these, let's say, projections. And based on these voltage measurements and knowledge of injected current, you estimate the conductivity distribution inside the object. And similar is done in ECT, but now the electrodes do not need to be in contact with the object. But there can be, for example, a plastic pipe, and you just place the electrodes on the surface of the pipe. In ERT, these electrodes need to be in contact with the object. And you do the same basically in ECT. You apply voltage on one of the electrodes, ground the others, but here you measure the capacitances as shown here between this voltage electrode and all the other electrodes. And you repeat this measurement for all the electrodes. And you estimate the internal permittivity distribution of the object. So this is for non-conductive materials. So here's just the same idea in slightly different way. So here's a mathematical model of the ERT system. Basically, this works also for ECT when you replace this conductivity by permittivity. So you measure these voltages, this capital U on the boundary. You know the injected currents, this I here, and you estimate the sigma conductivity distribution inside the domain after doing collecting those data as I explained earlier. So here's one example of potential distribution when you have applied currents through here and you have two inhomogeneities in otherwise homogeneous background, and this is one set of data on the boundary. So these are differences, voltage differences between the electrodes. And then you use this inversion techniques and you get the conductivity distribution reconstructed as shown here. This is a picture of this left corner case shown there. And this is a nonlinear inverse problem, and you have to iterate. So this is slightly more complicated than X-ray CT, for example. So if this is actual permittivity or conductivity distribution, this idea holds for ERT and ECT. So you start from some value, normally best homogeneous, and then you use, for example, Gauss-Newton or some other Newton-type technique to minimize this regularized functional here. And you iterate until you have reached, let's say, convergence of this problem to be minimized. So this is a case of solution of this one after fourth iteration, and there's the difference or plot of the measured voltages. So this voltage set here, and as you see, when you assume it's homogeneous, there's a big difference. But when the solution has been reached, so they fit quite nicely. You can also linearize this when you only measure changes between two different conductivity distributions, and you only estimate the changes, let's say, over time. And this is a linear problem, and this is very quick to solve. This takes some time because you have to iterate, and this is very sensitive to any errors in your model or any noise in your data. This is more robust and very often used in practice, this linearized case. Okay, what you can do then, for example, with this one, this is just a video from our lab, filmed with one of our spin-off companies, Roxol. So this is a case where this electrical imaging techniques has been used to image pipe flows. This is a simplified case where you have a partially filled pipe with water, and this is a device that makes real-time tomographic images of this pipe flow. So this yellow here on the top means air area, and the black one, like here, means that there's water. This doesn't have direct meaning in practical processes, but if you, for example, put oil flow here or something like that, or oil and water flow, then it becomes interesting interesting thing, for example, for oil and gas companies. But when you do a difference image, you can do it like real time, as shown here. You can reconstruct several images per second, so it's enough for real time applications. Another interesting application of electrical imaging techniques would be non-destructive testing. This is work done by our Professor Aku Seppänen. So concrete is used very, very widely for building bridges and different types of buildings. And it would be nice to see whether there's something cracking or whether they are getting in bad condition in order to avoid something like this to happen. And they have developed this kind of sensing skin. And the idea here is that if you have a piece of concrete, for example, like here on the left, you paint it by conductive paint, and you place electrodes on the surface or on the boundary of this. For example, this kind of a concrete brick here. And this is kind of a test case of a bending experiment where they intentionally create cracks to test how well this piece of concrete lasts different types of weights. And as you see on the right hand side here on the top image, these cracks starts to create. So this is the reality. They have been made visible by using some paint here. Otherwise, by naked eye, you couldn't see the small cracks. And on the bottom here, you see the ERT image, the plane here, this 2D image, and these black kind of areas here are non-conductive areas. So what happens here when the concrete cracks, it makes a crack also on this conductive paint and makes it non-conductive. And you can see it in the ERT image as a non-conductive area, and you can follow automatically what's happening here. So for example, in this kind of experiment, you can let the ERT imaging kind of show whether there's cracking happening and where it happens. And this is actually a normal type of pattern how this cracking happens in this kind of experiment. So you see these kind of three different locations first, and then they start to spread around in more wider area. And they have tested this also in bigger tanks, for examples. Also, I think some metallic tanks and so on for practical purposes. But this is the idea of this kind of non-destructive testing. And a couple of examples of ECT. This is actually research of my colleague in Graz, Austria, Technical University of Graz. And they have really nice application of using ECT for flow monitoring of pulverized coal transportation in pneumatic convoying system. So this is a steel factory where they use pulverized coal in steel making, and they have these long convoying pipelines where this pulverized coal travels, I think more than 1 kilometer and up to 1,000 tons per day. So a lot of coal traveling there. And these companies are interested in the flow regime. So what is the type of the flow, how this pulverized coal travels in these pipes, because it affects how much they can transport the coal, and also whether there are some blocking or some problems in the flow there. So they would like to see inside these pipes. And this research group has developed a nice device shown here on the left that they have actually connected to the real pipeline shown here on the upper right corner. And down here on the right corner, there's the electronics chassis of this device. And here are some results of their imaging device. So for example, here is this kind of a slug flow. So they can measure several images per second using this kind of difference imaging type of approach. And you can see, for example, here, this red color here means that there's a lot of coal. This blue means that there's empty, so just, well, not air because the transportation gas is nitrogen, but anyhow, so they can give this kind of information to the steel making factory, and they can make their own adjustments of the coal transportation. And if they also measure the flow velocity using this kind of correlation techniques of two layers of information, and use some calibration to get the density information, they can also estimate the mass flow rate. So how much coal kilograms per second travel through this pipe, and this is also an interesting information of for the company to optimize their processes. Okay, then another ECT example in microwave drying process. This is results of one of our EU projects in our group. And microwave drying is used, for example, to dry these kind of polymer foams that are used in insulation industry. And the idea is when they make these polymer foams, they must put them in this kind of impregnation tub, so it gets, of course, wet. And after this impregnation, they need to dry it. And they use this kind of big microwave oven to dry these foams. So wet foam goes in and dry foam comes out. And they would like to see and optimize so that the outcoming foam has uniform moisture distribution, and the moisture has certain level. So in goes like 60-70% of moisture, and out would like to come like 20 or 15% of moisture, and as homogeneous as possible. And what we did, we developed ECT device on the outside of the drying machine, microwave dryer, to measure the moisture distribution using ECT technology. And we also developed a controller to control these microwave power transmitters to obtain the desired moisture level at the outcome. So these were the steps. And here's the actual device in work. So we developed this kind of a sensor part, and ECT doesn't need to be in contact, so this foam can slide through this sensor part. And here's a computer. Okay, here's the electronics of the device. This is a commercial device, but the reconstruction is made by ourselves. So we can measure the moisture content online. And why we can measure the moisture is that permittivity correlates very strongly with the moisture. That's why we can do it. And here are some test cases of ECT reconstructions. So we moisturized different pieces with different amounts of water, and we nicely see the differences. So there's low moisture here, let's say 20%, and here's some 80%. So we can see nicely in ECT images that moisture has changed. And we also tested with moving foam, and we also got similar results with the moving foam. So ECT works also in dynamic case. And then we also designed a PI controller, as said, to control the microwave power levels, and then made tests in the real experimental case. So this is in Karlsruhe, they have this kind of device, and we did the testing with the real industrial scale device. And here's a result of one experiment. So this, let's say, brownish color here is the set point. So we said that, okay, 20% of moisture is the required value. And the power levels were first in 30% of maximum. And the controller saw that, okay, that's enough. It increased it up to 60% and noticed that, okay, set point has been reached, and then lowered the level of power a bit, and it stayed the outcome. This is a measured outcome, this blue from the ECT device. It stayed there. And then we changed the set point a bit lower, let's say to 10-15%. And the controller saw that, okay, I have to increase the power to get it more dry, and it worked nicely. And after, well, there's a fairly long period of time after it reaches the set point, but anyhow, it stays nicely in there. So this is one nice example of using ECT in microwave drying applications. This is one big project in our community of monitoring hemorrhage stroke using EIT. And the idea first was to be able to classify different stroke types, because you can have blood bleeding stroke or blood clot type stroke, and it would be nice to be able to separate these or classify these. But it was found out that it's very tricky to do the classification, especially in ambulances or even in hospitals using EIT. So that's why they resorted to monitoring approach. So the idea here is to know that when a patient comes to the hospital, always they take a CT if there are any symptoms of stroke. You get a CT. You can make a realistic head model for EIT imaging, so patient-specific computational model for this. And then you can attach this kind of set of electrodes, not screwing, but anyhow attached to the patient head. And you can start monitoring whether the hemorrhage is growing, like in here. So you can make, let's say, difference images over time and see whether the hemorrhage has stayed the same or whether it has been increasing. And this is very important information to the doctors because they don't have any device in the intensive care unit to follow what's happening to the stroke patients. And we have done this image reconstruction, and also we have built, or the group by Ville Koleman, and they have built this kind of a new clinically safe EIT device to make these measurements. And we have also done this kind of 3D printed head models to test our ideas using this kind of phantoms. And then there's an interesting problem. This was done by Ziaul Arif when he was working as a PhD student. So EMFT, flow tomography. So this is electrical imaging technique to estimate the flow distributions in pipe flows, for example. And how this works is that you have coils around the pipe. You put current in the coil to create magnetic field. And this magnetic field, together with the conductive flow, it creates potential field, and you measure this potential field on the surface of the pipe. So you have these kind of coils, as shown here. Then you have electrodes to measure the voltages, and based on these voltage measurements, you can estimate the flow distribution inside the pipe. Here's the model. So here's the known B field, here's the unknown velocity field, and this potential you measure on the surface, inner surface of the pipe, and you estimate this velocity, assuming that you know the conductivity of the fluid. And here are some results of different cases. These are estimated velocity fields. So this is an open, this is an open pipe on the right hand side, but when you put this kind of blockage there, more flow is centralized. There's higher flow velocity in the center, and you can see the clear difference between the open pipe and the blocked pipe. Same here, if you make this kind of a blockage so that the flow must go on the right hand side of the pipe, you can see this difference difference to the open pipe flow shown here. And you can use this, for example, in imaging two-phase flows, for example, in oil drilling cases. And when you combine this with electrical tomography, so this was a device to estimate the conductivity. Then you have a two devices to estimate this one and velocity one. And actually from this one, you can estimate the flow rates. So for example, how much oil has gone through the pipeline. And we have this kind of a lab in our department. So we did a lot of experiments with different materials. For example, here water and oil. So here's the ET device, and on the left here's the EMFT device to measure the flow rates of flow dense distributions. And there's also ultrasound velocity meters to compare the results. And these are just some example cases of what the estimates look like. On the left, there's the conductivity distributions using this electrical tomography device. So on the upper part, you see that there's lower values up here. So there's oil, 10% of oil here on the upper part of the pipe, and water on the lower part. And on the right-hand side, the electromagnetic flow tomography shows the cross-section of the flow field. So this is quite parabolic, bit higher flow in the center, and then lower velocity fields in the boundaries of the pipe. And when you combine these, as said, then you can estimate the volumetric flow rates of, for example, oil and also water. And you can tell how many liters oil has traveled through the pipe. And then there's this groundwater monitoring. So using seismic imaging. So in seismic imaging, the idea is following. I could show this video. So you have like explosion, or you hit the ground with the hammer, for example. It makes the ground to vibrate. This is a simulation calculated by us. And you have seismometers in different places that measure the vibration of the ground, and it gives you this kind of signal. And from these signals, you want to estimate what's here underground. For example, the amount of water, underground water. And this is the measurement site where we did some experiments. So here's the metallic rod that hits the ground. These are the seismometers to measure the vibrations. There are a lot of those, I think 64 in this case. And based on these measured data and the model simulation or computer model on the left, we trained a neural network so that the neural network is shown here. So in goes all these seismic simulated data, and the aim is to estimate the volume of the groundwater underground of this measurement area. And this was tested with simulations. So here are some results. So on the x-axis, there's the true volumes of water, and on the vertical axis, they are the estimated. And these ground spots here are from synthetic simulations, so they quite nicely estimate the true value. And these crosses and these error bars here are from the actual experiment that I just showed you here. So this was done in Laukaa, Finland. And we actually know this is a man-made pool, this kind of pool, so we actually can measure through these black pipes how much groundwater there actually is underneath. So we can make a comparison. And these are just different heights. There are several measurements, so they have been all put in here, and then we get the error bars. But they fairly nicely give a true result using this kind of neural network and basically only simulated data was used to train the network. At some point, we have also added some measurement data to improve this result. So the latest results are like slightly bit more accurate even. And here are the error bars of the estimates, but it gives you quite nicely the true water volume. So this could be used to monitor groundwater resources also in practical cases. Okay, some concluding remarks. So around us there are a lot of different types of inverse problems to be solved, and a lot of applications can be found in various different fields in industry and medicine and geophysics. These inverse problems are normally severely ill-posed, and a lot of work needs to be done in modeling and in this regularization. So you have to take a lot of care of this. And a lot of these soft field techniques are pretty fast, like this ERT, ECT, EMFT, but they are a low spatial resolution. So in many cases, they are not comparable with some other technologies, but they can be useful in many applications still, because they are pretty fast and they are small in size and fairly cheap to build. Okay, this Bayesian approach is quite nice because it can also give you a way to estimate the errors. So this kind of uncertainty quantification can be done because you get the posterior and you can calculate the posterior covariances and variances of your parameter estimate. So it's a nice tool. And what we have seen everywhere, a lot of these neural net and AI techniques play increasingly significant role also in the field of inverse problems. So that's why we have also been using those in various different cases, at least tested how they work. But they quite nicely work in various different application cases. Okay, I think I could stop here. Thanks a lot for listening.
Very interesting, but you, Mr. Marco said that about inverse problem and Bayesian inversion here. Okay, before any question from audience? Mr. Rido or Ziaul? I think I have two questions here, Marco. If there is about more of our no one audience asking you, I mean, it's the one is the Bayesian inversion frameworks. You said that is have such offering valuable opportunity for uncertainty quantification. And the future, in your conclusion, that in the future, you said that artificial intelligence methods will be increasingly significant on the field of inverse problem. I mean, where is if there's any implication from artificial intelligence or machine learning to inverse to solve the inverse problem, or vice versa. The inverse problem amplify the machine learning being powerful for any solve any problems in some such area, which is become more becomes more powerful from the inverse problem frameworks to enhance machine learning prediction or machine learning modeling, or machine learning and artificial intelligence frameworks solve the others inverse problem. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I got what you're looking after, but at least neural networks have increasingly been used to directly apply for solving the inverse problems. But what has come also is so-called physics-informed neural nets, where you connect your models, your physical models, to the neural network solution, so that you utilize. It's kind of a prior in your neural network solution, so that you have your physical model included in your inverse solution of using neural nets. So that's a combination of classical approach and the neural network approach, where both are utilized, and best of both is utilized. So it's not completely a black box, but you require that your solution to some extent also solves your model. And that's something that has been tested, and we have been testing it also in solving the inverse problems utilizing the neural network approach. And in neural nets, it's nice if you have a lot of data available, but that's a problem in many practical applications. You don't have that set of data, and simulating it can be a huge task. It can take several hours or days to make realistic 3D simulations, especially over time. So that can be problematic. So a lot of work needs to be done in solving the forward steps quickly, and in creating this data, neural nets can actually help, because you can use the neural network also to speed up the forward step to create the actual training data for your neural net. So it's kind of a connected benefit in that ways, in many senses. So you can utilize neural nets in many different steps, and combining it with your modeling approach. So I think quite nice results are to be expected. I hope this answered at least some extent to your question.
The question from audience, Mr. Xiao, or any comment, please.
No, thank you.
Okay, I think my question is the only person question here, Marco. So
Okay, thanks a lot.
Very well. So thank you very much for your times. It's early morning in Finland, I think.
Yeah, it's 8 something. Yeah.
Thank you
Okay,
very much,
thank
Prof.
you very
Marco.
much.
8:30. Thanks a lot.
Okay, give me applause for Mr. Marco. Okay, and please your back to ceremony.
Thank you, Professor Marco Faukonen, PhD, and Dr. Alfian Futuhul Hadi.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to the fourth keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Kamal Sharma from GLA University, Mathura, India. The keynote speaker will be moderated by Dr. Rido Alfarizi. Without further ado, please welcome Dr. Rido Alfarizi. Time is yours.
Satu narasumber yang pojok bawah itu masih di bandara. Dari bandara. Ini tidak masuk Zoom. Sudah balas? Belum. Kok foto? Tak bisa telepon, Pak. Apa sih? Aduh. Cancel ya? Udah jadi yang hot speaker. Yang udah jadi, udah ada. YouTube. Udah jadi. Sedang cancel ya? Cancel aja deh. Berarti langsung istirahat aja. Udah jadi. Di cancel. Iya, di cancel. Permohonan maaf, di cancel.
Sorry for for keynote speaker is canceling. Then, the presentation by our keynote speaker has finished. Then there is a break time until 2 p.m.
Sesi presentasi dari pemateri kami telah selesai. Selanjutnya yaitu ISOMA hingga waktu pukul 14.00. Terima kasih.
Bilang aja, Pak, sertifikatnya nggak jadi kan?
Relax very cool. Ada natural lavendernya. Relaxing cool hingga 5 jam.
Dari diam di tempat jadi diam di tempat menakjubkan pakai promo Agoda. Lihat dunia lebih murah. Pesan sekarang.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
skincare DIY bikin ribet. Baru Glutathione Smoothing dengan Glutaglow, Hyaluron, dan Hydroxy Acid Kompleks. Solusi simpel kulit cerah, lembab, dan lembut. Hanya dengan satu produk saja. Coba sekarang.
Buat website praktis dengan AI Website Builder Hostinger. Tulis konsep website, lalu tunggu AI buat website. AI bisa atur warna, gambar, font, dan teks sesuai konsep yang Anda mau. Edit tampilan website sesuka hati dengan editor drag and drop. Klik online kan untuk munculkan website di Google. Tersedia bantuan CS 24 jam dan jaminan 30 hari uang kembali. Coba AI Website Builder Hostinger sekarang. Hostinger 3, 2, online.
Kita baru bikin lagu ini bagus banget. Gimana bang cara nguploadnya bang?
Kalau kamu adalah seorang bedroom producer, hari ini saya akan bahas tentang cara ngerilis lagu sendiri sebagai musisi independen. Kenapa rilis sendiri? Kalau kalian rilis lagu via label, biasanya label itu akan memiliki master lagu dan berhak mengambil sejumlah hak ekonomi yang biasanya angkanya sangat besar. Namun kemudian, seiring berjalannya waktu, beberapa musisi merasa ada yang tidak fair. Mulai dari hal yang sederhana seperti kontrak yang kurang teliti dibaca oleh para artis hingga sang artis merasa dirugikan. Sampai hal yang paling kompleks seperti artis tidak berhak sama sekali atas master lagu yang padahal lagu tersebut adalah karyanya. Nah, kemudian muncullah agregator-agregator independen. Salah satunya adalah TuneCore yang sudah saya pakai 10 tahun belakangan ini. Dengan TuneCore, kamu bisa mengupload lagu original kamu sendiri ke semua platform. Terus kamu bisa melihat back-end statistiknya secara mendetail, dan yang pasti hampir sepenuhnya kamu berhak atas pendapatan master lagu tersebut. Ya, ibarat kamu punya label musik kamu sendiri.
Jepang. Temukan promo hebat dan mulai bertualang hari ini bareng Agoda. Lihat dunia lebih murah, pesan sekarang.
Rencana kerap terbayang, lirikan matanya, gaya penuh irama memikat parasnya, menawan gayanya, elok pun caranya, menyala prima donna. Oh Honda Stylo, tak ada dua. Entah ini sekedar cinta atau romansa semata. Oh Honda Stylo.
Percaya diri hadapi matahari? Kan aku pakai Nivea Extra Bright Vitamin Serum dengan SPF 50 dan Triple Bright Power. Bantu menutrisi kulit hingga ke dalam. Kulit tampak lebih bening bercahaya. Nivea is for skin.
Online lebih hemat, nikmati diskon hosting hingga 70%, AI Website Builder, dan koin AI gratis. Paket web hosting sekarang cuma Rp38.900 per bulan. Hosting banyak situs, dapatkan domain, SSL, dan tambahan bulan gratis. Dilengkapi tool AI bawaan seperti AI Image Generator, AI Writer, dan AI SEO. Lebih dari 4 juta pelanggan sukses online bersama Hostinger. Kini giliran Anda. Jangan lewatkan promo spesial ini. Ambil promo, kunjungi hostinger.com/id dan mulai online dengan AI.
Antelios UV Immune 400 Anti-Dark Spot dari La Roche-Posay. Terbukti secara klinis
Ada banyak yang bisa dinikmati dengan YouTube Music Premium. Dengarkan lagu bebas iklan dan temukan podcast baru kapanpun dimanapun. Coba 1 bulan gratis. Dengan YouTube Music Premium, dengarkan musik bebas iklan, offline, dan di latar belakang. Coba gratis.